Let's get everything turned on. Option stream is on. There it is. It's chatty. Okay, there is that is. Spot is right there. Oh, I just tuned that was broken. Let's turn that off. But we are good to go. We are good to go. Wait, I could just teleport down there. Not do this with Blue Mage. I thought that would be epic. I am going to do it as my paladin. No. Yeah, I'll do this paladin. It's in here. Oh yeah. Let's get to my warrior though. Very beautiful. I don't have my chat open on my phone. I went to the wrong path, that's why. I'll turn around there.
Eorzea says with the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first task is complete. We may now turn our attention to the second. To wit, obtaining the blessing of the Zabar contingent to use the Tower of Babel to channel energy unto the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass, where we may present our petition to Commander Lucia.
We are going to Camp Broken Glass to We're going this way. I'm just gonna go to warrior for right now, only in case I have anything I have to kill.
Lucia says, Haven, allow me to personally thank you for your assistance during the recent voids and incursion. Your action. What brings you here today?
Varshan says, pray forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of...
Lucia says, indeed. We appreciate you consulting with us instead of taking you. 'Tis no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babil, and I speak not only of the technological challenges. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else.
Maximus says, pending a more official name, we refer to those who remain here as the As you would expect, they are predominantly native Garleans, most of whom are uncomfortable with ethereal manipulation.
Alright, we got this though.
To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by Anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it is like to cause distress and reopen.
Zero says, better that than facing a mass invasion by Golbez and his voids and hordes.
Maximus says, of course. We acknowledge the gravity of the situation, as well as the promised bloodshed should we. Yet, even were we to convey your warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They will struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine.
Zero says, what's there to imagine? Haven't these people seen voids and with their own eyes?
Maximus says, let us suppose you encounter someone who was freezing in this cold. A natural thing to do might be to make. But what if that person's sole experience with fire was being badly burned by it, and they harbored an acute fear? Despite the benefits, nay, the necessity, of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct. Or worse, misinterpret your actions for a... Varshan says, so like the fire that torments this individual, the Tower of Babil torments. Yet we cannot afford to falter here. We must find a way to help them overcome their fear.
Lucia says, I agree. To that end, the contingent will is...
Varshan says we should speak with Alphano and Alize. With the rapport they have established with the Garlean people, I dare say they can provide us with valuable insights. Varshan says, in the meantime, Eorzea, might I ask that you remain here to oversee the technical aspects of...
Right. Yeah. So, yep. Or do I want to just fly? I'll just fly.
Alphino says I am glad to see you, Haven. The Truzic. 'Tis no unfounded concern that the Garleans might take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. Jewelloose says that's putting it mildly. Many would trust in the Zabar contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly, or we risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved.
Zero says trust again. Alize says well, it seems to me there's naught for it but to speak with the people. Rather than harping on about the necessity of the plan, we need to lend an ear to their concerns. Then, perhaps, we can begin working towards a compromise.
Jewelloose says in that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're at a station called Sinatus, near the scene. Valchance says I would be honored to speak with them, though it would be prudent to learn where people elsewhere stand as well. But that I will leave to the others, save Zero. Might you accompany?
Alize says I'm sure those in Tapper's Den will have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may
Alphino says Tatium, we leave to you. You are no stranger to the people here, so it should take little prodding to convince them. Jewelloose says then it's settled. Once you've learned what you can, let's all meet in Forum Soleus, where we'll have what I hope is a...
Oh, wait, no, let's talk to people.
Lad says no. Stop it. The tower is evil. It'll turn us all evil. I don't wanna hear it. Leave me alone.
That's to be expected. What's a creepy tower?
Lady says Fi. That tower isn't right, I tell you. All those magics. Years ago, when I lived in the provinces, the locals razed our village to the ground with the stuff. Made things appear and disappear and fly and burn. Can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn, dear, but let's not talk about that tower any longer. It's unilateral.
Malleus says activate the Tower of Babel. Are you out of your mind? That abomination transformed my friends and family into monsters. I can't even bear to look at it whenever I step outside. If you want to do something for us, tear the bloody thing down.
That would be nice, I think. That would really be nice.
Citizen says the Tower of Babel. But what's it got to do with Voidsent? I can't say I understand. Still, your people have done much and more for us Garleans. If you say it is necessary, then that is good enough for me.
At least some people know what we're doing.
Popeye says whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of Garlemald. I mean no disrespect to you and yours, but, shouldn't the Garlean people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though if we dared speak thus to some of the contingent, they might make assumptions. Cut our rations, or worse. No, forget I said anything. Please.
I won't forget what you said, but I'll take it into account. Sure. Under any business. There's one right here, though. Beautiful. And we have to talk to Zero.
Zero says Jewel Loose is on his way with the others. I hope you found the people more receptive than we did.
Jewel Loose says Haven. May I present to you Lords Nias and Metius, Magistrate. They have been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. When we raised the subject of the Tower of Babel, they insisted that we speak no further until joined by representatives of the Zabar contingent. I see Alphano and Alize have yet to arrive, though, so perhaps we should wait. Metius says it doesn't matter if only some of you are present. We simply wish to make one thing perfect. The tower is the manifestation of Garlean ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the imperial family, and it will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It is insulting enough that we have had to suffer foreigners occupying it under the guise of rendering aid, and now you propose reactivating it? Nay. We have had enough. Nias says the Gala Mold of old may have fallen, but she fell in civil war, to her own people. Not. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to our territory. Gala Mold, and all that lies within her bounds, is behold.
Alright.
Jewel Loose says since their excellencies are resolved to negotiate with the contingent, I will escort them to Tertium. I'll also instruct Alphano and Alize to meet us there. Varshan says, Lord Metius, Lord Nias. By your leave, my comrades and I would speak with the residents of Senatus. Though the Zabar contingent holds the Tower of Babel, it is our wishes for it to be reactivated, and thus I think it meet that I be present for this discussion. Yet my understanding of your people's hardships, of their hopes and desires, of their dreams for the future, is sorely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. Lest you worry, I will not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify common ground, upon which we might build a relationship that sees us overcome our differences. Nias says, very well. But know that the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premises should they judge your actions to be inappropriate.
Okay.
Jewel Loose says if it's settled, then, you should all head to Senatus. I'll join you there after I see their excellencies safely to Tertium.
Speak to Varshan. Varshan to the opposite corner. Go back to being a warrior. Excuse me. And this city was destroyed.
Valchance says here it is, Senatus. A temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I am given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity.
Zero says I hope it will be worth the trouble.
Varshan says as do I. Zero. As do I.
Just Natus? Sure.
To begin, I propose we split up and ask the residents for their views on the Zabar contingent and the current state of affairs. We would also do well to learn more about this enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open hearts and open minds that I believe we may yet convince their leaders to work with us for the greater good.
The stockpile of assorted supplies bears markings indicating they were provided by the Elsabar contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant upon the Alliance for aid.
Excuse me.
Pelagia says you want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think about politics at all. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life. What remains of it, at any rate. I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald.
You recognize the large casks as the very same you and your comrades used to transport ceruleum from Lapis Manalis. Why they are in Senatus is unclear.
So why are they here? Hey, thank you.
Marcus says how do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without outside aid. Marcus says be that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever. And there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace.
How are you today? Where we go? We are going right here.
Valshan says finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were Much the same as me, then. They accept the contingent's help out of necessity, and harbor a measure of...
Zero says they have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it.
Question mark says how many times must I tell you? It's absolute.
I need to open my window, I think, and turn on my fan.
Jewel says what is going on? Valshan says we were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard. Is aught the matter?
He's a lantern.
Secundus says oh, no, I was just trying. Envice says mayhap you can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man is... It concerns the magitech weapons which run rampant throughout Regio Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against to address the issue once and for all. We've proposed the elimination of all machina that loiter near the supply route. But you heard him, they refused to even consider it. Secundus says the magistrates have already spoken on this matter. Rampant or no, those war machina are Garlean assets. Furthermore, who is to say? It has been suggested that this could be a pretense to scavenge magitech material for your own ends. I know not if that is the case, but the fact remains, we cannot allow you to destroy. Jewelus says more speculation by the magistrates, I presume. Ridiculous, but they have spoken, and unless we want to inflame tensions for...
Zero says how complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement.
Varshan says an equitable arrangement. Oh. Well, do I understand the difficulty of your position? As a soldier, you must do your duty, and obey your... I have an idea, but I must first speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge? Envoy says by all means. Varshan says let us return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution I believe will satisfy.
Do we fly all the way to Camp Broken Glass, or do we actually go to Camp Broken Glass? I wonder. Ooh, this is an achievement page there. Well, we're not taking it now. The exit. South of me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pause. Wait, acid step. Let's see what that is. I don't think I have that one. 848. Where is... Where's this? Is it already dead? Wow. Let's go to Temple for that then.
Maximus says welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the... Varshan says mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe all... As satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Radzatan and the people of Garlemald.
Lucia says please continue.
Varshans says the people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more. Yet they have chosen to remain, for it is their home. That they have been able to survive thus far is thanks to the Zabar contingent. Or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. 'Tis no surprise then that some Garleans are loath to engage with foreigners, for fear of indebting themselves further, or surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. That is why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement. One that would restore to them a sense of agency after having been forced to rely upon charity. Jewel Loose says easier said than done. What exactly? Varshans says long have Garlemald and Radzatan abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, and I wish but to continue. We would provide your people with such supplies as you require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Barbil, as well as share your Magitech resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will of course require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it you will be duly compensated. Radzatan's culture will be enriched by your Magitech wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous. Varshans says only when both sides keep the interests of the other in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. 'Tis a principle I once thought I understood, but have come to appreciate all the more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from Maximus says Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I myself see no reason to. Indeed, if Radzatan were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with. Varshan says if you see the sense in my proposal, then I ask you to join me in the negotiations at Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning overlords.
Lucia says by all means, go with them. I have met.
Eorzea says I have learned all that I may regarding the tower's operation, so I too shall hie me.
Now where's my chest? My chest is all the way back there. I don't feel like flying all the way over there, so I'm just gonna jump. And I have to do this as a paladin.
Metius says a crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower of Barbil is ours by rights, and nothing you do will convince us that. Varshan says rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead do. Varshan says as the satrap of Radzatan, I wish to establish a new trade agreement. Maxima says the aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later, Maxima says but to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presents a. Nias says, 'Tis true we do not want for Magitech and ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things. It would depend on the precise terms, but I can see the merits. Metius says what? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You served the Emperor, were a proud patriot, yet now you entertain selling national resources. Nias says like you, I weep for what we have lost. But if we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious Metius says nonsense. Utter nonsense. You are a traitor, Nias, and there will be a reckoning. Oh yes. When the people of Senatus learn. Duelus says Lord Metius, wait.
Common Emperor ended. I guess I don't know. 36. I clicked on one.
Duelus says it's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Metius. Varshan says let us leave matters here in Maxima's care while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Metius is bound for Senatus, we may be able to catch up to him in Regio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm.
But that was not the rest of that. Fight somebody soon. Return the mic. Hi, big boy. Why am I doing this? I got that, so nada.
Metius says I'm alive?
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless, and I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Aye, so long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station. I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Ulyss, wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Wait 1 second. I'm gonna drop my cam for a second.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
There it is.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates. When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search for means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately I was undone, overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone. But it's all history now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
After this cutscene, I'm gonna take a quick break to use the washroom.
Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, Would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Here it is again. The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
Zero says thank you. I feel at last as though I've found the answers I sought, and I owe it all to you and Julius. Right, then. I expect the others have already arrived back at Thirteenth. We should join them.
Alright, we are back. Sorry about the wait, guys. And Cindy, thank you for following.
Maximus says, full glad am I to see everyone returned. Various representatives of the Garlean community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. Nias says you've read the memorandum. I trust you find the term. Metius says I do. And, Nias, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiation.
Alizé says you should know that, when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tapper's Den, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would be to prevent another Voidsent invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fresh in their minds.
Jarek says I tagged along to deliver a supply of ceruleum. Have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep... Nias says ahem. My friends and country... Nias says I am pleased to inform you all on this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Radzat. Nias says to inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Barbil. In return, Radzatan will provide us with supplies, which shall be equally distributed amongst the set. Nias says let me be clear on one point, this is not an act of charity, but trade. A bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect. And it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation.
Excuse me.
Varshan says Radzatan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It is my hope that, through this agreement, our peoples will enjoy a mutually beneficial. Metius says now then, we bid you gather round to hear the particulars, that you might convey them to those else. Alphino says so burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals, as a nation with something of value to offer to others. That validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. Eorzea says 'tis by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower of Barbil. A rather timely development given the ether tank. Alphino says once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but await Ishtola's signal to channel the energy to the moon.
Alizé says then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry, devote all your energies to the mission in the void.
Varshan says as ever, I am in your debt.
Zero says, "You are good friends."
Okay, Andre. Officially, that was actually the start of the quest.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Y'shtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may. Ere we set forth, however, Y'shtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Azhdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
You would have me go in my true form? Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the Great Expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon. To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzat-Han, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Azhdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping. Will you do this for me?
We shall contact you via Link Pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow Y'shtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
Excuse me.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Oh, everybody's here, the whole squad.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on void sense summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied. The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of...
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it. We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiac shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration. There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
Where's Stoling? Stoling's over there. What's that other quest I had? Oh, climbing the trees. Justinian.
Ishtola says, now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiac's brands, and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling voidsent. Yet though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there is a chance it will allow lesser voidsent to slip through. Therefore we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe the Lopord's supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Oriange, Haven, the two of you have a strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with Livingway and Bestway's Burrow and provide any assistance they require. Zero says, I will join you. As a voidsent, my knowledge may be of use. Ishtola says, an excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see to reforging the brands. I will send word when we have finished, pray do the same.
It's cutting the cheese, I wonder. Just the stuff. But why? Okay. A good old blue quest.
Building Way says you're here. And not a moment too soon. Sorry to call you here so abruptly, but you were the first person who came to mind that might be able to help. Do you recall the domiciles we were planning to build for the evacuation? I don't mean to brag, but they were immaculate, positively perfect. Except, of course, for the ever so small oversight of being 3 times larger than necessary. At least, that is what I believed before speaking with Eorzea. I learned a lot from him about what we should and shouldn't make of the domiciles, and so I began making changes. Small at first, but they soon became much bigger, more drastic. By the end I'd swear I was drawing up wholly new plans by the minute. But I was too ambitious. The myriad plans I dreamt up overwhelmed our automated construction machine, the Big Cheese. Even as we speak, it's burrowing underground with reckless abandon. If we don't stop it, the domiciles will be the least of our problems. The entire moon is likely to end up looking like a truckle of hole-filled cheese. Delectable, perhaps, but utterly unfit for habitation. We tried going after it ourselves, but the survey team never made it past the security systems down there. At least, I don't think so. They've yet to return and aren't answering our communications. I'd rather not resort to brute force, but I can think of no other way, and no other person, to see the deed done. Would you be willing to go down there and stop the Big Cheese? Building Way says thank you. Thank you. Head down to Smileton, and I'll see that you're let in.
Option is now accessible. Cool beans. But now let's head for... I have so many side quests I have to do. Maybe tomorrow will be a side quest day. Well, let's see what we can do once we hit Dawn Trail. Oh, wait. There was one activity right here. Where is it, I wonder? Oh no, it's not there. Interesting, my map was just glitching. I love when they do that. So the question is that down below? Or is that above? It's up above. There's Living Way.
Living Way says there you are. Ishtola has apprised me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case this voids and containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can, and will bring them to the northeast corner in short order. Please wait there.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Oh my god, it's
Hello
robotic
there,
bodies.
friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Heidelin, aiding the people of Etheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always. Right, so, we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Etheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor.
God, I love Zero.
Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
Oh my god, she is creepy.
Don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
Fight a Zero again? Oh, that looks like it.
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement... we just might be able to do it in 2.
Bunnies are the creepiest things on the planet, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
This I leave to you.
The low port's eyes twinkle with anticipation as they await your buoyant extolation. To wit, they yearn for you to rally their spirits.
Sleepingway says what? Engage, engage. Oh, sorry, I was in the midst of. Forgive me. The sight of precision parts is strangely soothing and sleep-inducing. But, I'll try to keep moving.
Excuse me.
Mappingway says what a marvelous feeling. There's nothing like wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up. Singingway says hum 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 tilde with you cheering me on, I can do naught less than my very best. Growingway says ooh, thank you very, very much. You don't know how uplifting it is to have you encouraging us. I mean, showing us the proper technique so we may keep our supporters operating at peak efficiency.
Alright, Livingway next.
Livingway says everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray attend to your remaining busy work, and leave the deployment of our new and improved voids and slaughter bots to us.
Red side of the moon was next.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands. Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Eorzea says the brands are ready, I presume? Excellent. With the Leporats having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Ishtola post haste, and prise open our gate into the void.
But where are we going? We're going to Founding Brand. That's outside. Do I want to go? No, I'll just fly.
Ishtola says my thanks for seeing to the supporters. With this, all is in readiness for the ritual. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alizé in the Tower of Babil to channel ether to the moon. Once we have amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Eorzea and I shall begin our incantations to open a void gate. If all goes well, a tear will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. Ishtola says that is all. If there are no questions, then let us begin.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated. But give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
That is a lot of ether.
By the sisters!
Eorzea, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate. A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands. Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this.
That's a creepy voice sounds.
So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Y'shtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures. Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us. Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
Unto the void once more.
This is the moon of the 13th.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
Right, so where are we going? Doesn't say. And I can't mount. Oh, we're going to the Sparky.
The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson. A consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps.
Perhaps.
No matter how you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. You hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sounds of your comrades, there is nothing. So far, you have failed to find any clues as to Ashdia's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed.
This way.
The chasm has caught your attention as well. There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee. Climb on, my friends. Astaya is here, within this chasm.
Superhero landing.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not?
Thought I was.
Cool on. Oh, walk home, Urta.
Li Tao An King sees DS is home in Fesk. Wan ik hes in an Ka an Fesk wes an ul in.
Seth est lis, na fesk on, ner no rail ac stra I dran. Esk es I nesh I gol ac. So this is indeed Golbez's domain. Kis arn in.
Es fil ud in. Ein an in.
Sis? Ask dear Les I el kol an, zdis sorn I rum, snar tiamat an. Kai ros an, ke ul ke darn morn, dis an, kai an, na stra an.
Nar tal kin in eyes. Athan entran, esk an. I'll call es in, hes ud lar an, esk les ud an. Ses razat han lu an, snoson an hai hes in an.
Ta hes an elgon osk in. Ses kidir in an, kasta an. Sta in es katao, tai an. Es an stra in sorn.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern el, I mis head in ud. Kis targol, asrael dis tar, sma osk in sis an.
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Sis tar no gol in. Do es I nesh I gol sorn, ka som un mo gol. Skom les sao an, som du orta sis.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
Red side of the booth is now Finestad. Let's talk to Zero. For the Abysmal
Zero
Depths.
says the others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area. If you could see to the south.
The truth says I could not discern a structure of any kind from above. Whatever this place or object might be, Gulbez hath hidden it well.
Let's keep going this way. $7.6. 7.4. The cursor is way off. $7.4 now 6.2. Right there.
A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye.
Did you find something? A memoria. But whose?
Yeah, how are you? You're not that late, to be honest.
You have lied,
Only 2 hours.
pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It
So I am
always ends the same
approximately
way.
6 hours from
Knife
Dawnfell
in the back.
at the rate I'm going.
And better to have the handle towards your hand.
Granted, that is
You'll see.
hoping that I'm able to get that is hoping that I'm able to get a quick queue time for the various quests. Because I have a trial coming up in this quest. Plus I have, I think, 1 or 2 more dungeons. You've been in La La Land? That's okay. We have enough Lalas on Eorzea.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
So at this rate, I will be in
Victims of the
Dawnfell
Contra Memoria,
in
then.
approximately.
Like so many others.
I
will
will be in Dawnfell on Monday.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark
Who don't
Ones.
wanna ask- Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts memoriats taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
But I already did them as DPS. That's what I'm going to be doing. Because I don't want to tank something I don't know.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era. We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron!
Had another vision of the past, did you? What? I was in it. It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this memoria is...
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Tranquilo.
Okay, Tia.
I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Then, I would bid you join me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Where is it here?
Fight with you. More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes?
Might make
When
endemic
first you
show
appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Ask in.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Archer! Smash!
Rise, O Shadow Dragon, and obey! Kill him. Damn you! Keep our guests occupied.
Existing in Ace, absolutely.
I beg thee, save my sister.
Ewy, Ewy, Ewy. Really?
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you. Come, face me.
At the moment, yeah, save it. Right. Tia, you are not to yeet yourself from trial good.
Light. You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You
Bench party. Where's the trial? Insomnia cookie? No. I wanted to do NPCs and it was after we ordered. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, it is not as bad as the one that was put into YouTube chat. I have to because I don't have like any gear or anything. What was there? Hey Tia, look, there is a quote on YouTube from you. That's it, Tia. After this dailies, I'm gonna. Oh no! 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 I do not love the bun bun. Oh my god, I just realized. It looks like the scene logo from FF8. Yay, we now have 3 out of 4 GPS. $10 says it will probably pop at the 10-minute mark. Wow, I was close.
Mitsuka Famford says ahoy.
Volunteers Leviathan says. Underscore equals. Vertical bar colon vertical bar equals greater than I underscore vertical bar underscore semicolon vertical bar underscore comma vertical bar colon vertical bar dash tilde o tilde dash salutations. I'll be your or one of your walking tin can tanks. Statham Eltros says I remember jack shit of this guy. Volunteers Leviathan says the mechanics are pretty obvious, don't worry.
Mitsuka Famford says just in case. D.
Statham says Jason Statham Eltros gently cuts rain Mitsuka Famford. If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place should be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel.
That was painful.
Where my lion-kissed blades. I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the test. Let lightning surge. Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow. With abyssal darkness the arrow blade, I bring my people liberation. You shall know true terror. Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them. Bathe them in black flame. My meteors will extinguish your light. A raging gale to rend you asunder.
And I die again.
Look to the heavens for your doom. You wretch. Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge. A raging gale to rend you asunder. be gone. Dragon, hear me and obey. Volunteers Leviathan says for Shadow Crescent he does know after the cleave. Look to the heavens for your doom. Volunteers Leviathan says and it's a big one. Where my lion kissed blades. This place should be your tomb. Crush them. Render unto me your all.
We might below LB3?
My meteor will extinguish your light.
Too late.
Mitsuka Famprit says was going to if I survived.
No.
Come forth, my servant of shadow.
Jason, you might just want to jump. Bye, Jason.
Volunteers Leviathan says okay few things. Volunteers Leviathan says 1, as I said, for Shadow Crescent it's a cleave then a no.
Okay.
So please do not stand under him during it.
10-4, roger that.
Two, for the knockback put it between the towers. It's not a large knockback.
Mitsuka Famprit says, -B.
Volunteers Leviathan says the idea is to be knocked into the towers and angling it anywhere else makes it awkward. Directly in the center is fine, don't worry. See.
Mitsuka Famprit says was trying to make a dodges to not be in an area we go.
If you would oppose our crusade, then come. Know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel. Where my lion kissed blades. I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge. Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow. With abyssal darkened hero blade, I bring my people liberation. You shall know true terror. Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them. Bathe them in black flame.
Pepperoni, pepperoni.
My meteor will extinguish your light.
Oh my god.
A raging gale to rend you asunder. Look to the heavens for your doom. You wretch.
Thank you, Vayne.
Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge. A raging gale to rend you asunder. Be gone.
Oh my god. No, that's gonna kill me if I use.
Hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Wear my iron-kissed blades. This place should be your tomb. Crush them. Render unto me your all. My meteor will extinguish your light. Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let my
I
patience
survive right now.
raging gale to rend you asunder. Begone.
Mitsuka Valfred says pound. GG. Vale Behemoth says GGS.
Statham Ultros says good job. Volunteers Leviathan says, thanks for party exclamation mark, backslash, omega slash slash. Have a nice day, heart emoji. Blood Moon says GG. Volunteers says Eliza. Volunteers Leviathan goes. Statham Ultros says wasn't that bad.
Blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
Okay. Why is it black screen?
Are you all right?
That fight was fun, actually, even though we died as many times as we did.
What's happening?
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee. Let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty void scent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it. From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus! Awaken!
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria. Damn it. It's too strong.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiark's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me. Or an kin. Fesk na in an.
Zero says, we made it back safely, at least.
We're back on our moon. Yay. I have all of that material. Oh. Oh, that's a person right there. The Dark Throne.
Ishtola says in light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is an accomplishment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated Ajdaya's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with the newborn voids and hells bent on breaching the rift. Zero says, and one with such prodigious strength. Zero moves is unlike anything I have, so named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said. Though none can say if there is even a sliver of truth to the legends. Zero says perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could in the Contra Memoria, save the world. But a true hero would not damn another world to save his own.
Estinian says, and we're not about to let that happen, but regardless.
Ishtola says, loath though I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a voids and of zero. Ishtola says, Vitur not least of all, in body and mind both. For now, let us return to Radzat Han and take.
Vitru says, very well.
Ishtola says, Haven, might I trouble you to head to Best Ways Burrow and apprise Eorzea of this? The rest of us shall tend Vitur's wounds before returning to Radzat Han. Pray join us there anon.
Alright, let's go talk to Eorzea. He is inside the. I'm barely using my brain here. Never mind websites.
Eorzea says, Haven, thou art returned. I am pleased to say it hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, what of your mission in the void? Eorzea says, heavens forfend. That Ajdaia should be used to birth the dread voids and born of Zodiac's residual ether. Although we could not have predicted this outcome, there is one small mercy, the voids and containment seal. As we employed the self-same brands that once imprisoned Zodiac in its creation, the seal should serve to hinder Zeramus. Yet for how long, none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? Then I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Eorzea says, should we observe signs of an impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend.
Okay, we are doing. Oops. We are going to not miss this rare fate, so we are going to jump to it right now. Am I actually the first one here? No, I'm not. Look at the pretty bunny's plate. Which one, Shoneko? Oh, Chim Chim. Oh my god. Oh no, it's Grimchild. But that's still awesome. I don't see a Chim Chim here. Yeah, I don't see a Chim Chim. Oh, you look at yours? I can't look at you. Oh, yes, I can. Birdie. Oh, yeah, I should probably join a party finder, shouldn't I?
King Dren says lol. Know that feeling.
Naneko says Shonko Naneko gives Smugnap a big hug.
King Dren says oh? Streamer or viewer? King Dren says hell yeah. GL on the grind.
Frozen Claus says hi chat, how are you tonight?
Kunho says dead Kunho Excalibur's eyes sparkle in amazement at Devadapa. Kunho says dead Kunho Excalibur awaits news of her victory before Devadapa. Kunho says dead Kunho Excalibur hums a playful tune for Devadapa.
putting people here. Oh my god, this is gonna kill my FPS. Tia, if you're watching this, tell me how bad it looks. Because I'm already dropped down to 25 FPS. And that's just
King Dren says, yo, mind if I get your Twitch link? I need someone to watch while getting 3,000 gems XD. Thanks.
I'm now down to 19 FPS. I love this.
No spoilers then for D2.
Lilyvale says Sonbishu Lilyvale gently pats she and Kusakari.
Oh my god. I'm gonna attack. I think 9. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. I'm down to 11 FPS. Chat, I am so sorry. What was I just at? By the time my brain realized what was happening, I was already dead. Maybe that's what life really is.
Lazy says lazy dotes upon smug Nep. Nep says smug Nep dotes upon lazy.
That was the wrong button.
Naneko says type, heart emoji. Frozen Claus says polar frozen claws bows.
Catlab says type.
Nim says Llewellyn Nim gives a toast.
And look at that, we win, and my FPS immediately jumps from
Idensing says period Idensing dotes upon
So-
smug Nep.
Now let's finish off the death zone. Okay. Now let's go to Toma.
Official says, Mistress Haven, we have been expecting you. When the satrap and your comrades returned earlier, I couldn't help but notice that they were in low spirits. I hope it is nothing too serious. But forgive me, you must be eager to join them. If you would follow me.
Oh, Zero.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of voidsent that dwelled in my domain? Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more. That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Azdaja. And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a voidsent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Eorzea have aught to say?
Vitra
I
is
see.
amazing.
If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Azdaja's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light. The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Fine by me. Come on then.
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Alright, so let's go back to Paladin so I can answer this question. Eorzea really is.
Varshan says Eorzea is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again. This I swear. I will hold fast to my conviction, Haven, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last.
Alright.
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain. As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
Varshan says Haven. I was about to call for you. There have been developments concerning the Void Gate that I would discuss with everyone. Coincidentally, I am told Y'shtola will be returning shortly. I dare to hope she has made some progress in devising a way to harness the First's light. Come, let us await the others in my chambers.
Ishtola says my apologies for the delay.
Vitru says think nothing of it. I pray thou art come with glad tidings.
Ishtola says with findings well worth many sleepless nights, I am You may leave it there, thank you.
Vitru says eager though I am to hear the details, I must first share tidings of my own. Eorzea hath sent word from the Void Gate in Mare Lamentorum. The situation is They continue to rely upon the brands to contain the forces which would otherwise flow freely into the source. Yet though these measures were sufficient to imprison a fragment of Zodiac-Furians against our enemy's determined onslaught, they are degrading at an unsettling rate. The Leporats are sparing no effort to sustain the brands, but 'tis only a matter of time ere they fail. Unless we act soon, there shall be no stopping Golbez from realizing his ambition.
Ishtola says that Zero Moose should so test the seal even when not at full strength. 'Tis every bit as terrible as we.
Vitru says we must needs vanquish it, to which end we require a means to.
Zero says so, did you find it? A way to bring resplendent light to bear again. Ishtola says as a matter of fact, I have. The theory was simple. We harness light from the first and channel it to the 13th. Such a feat would require us to manipulate vast amounts of energy, to say the least. And so I consulted Sid and his fellows, who rose to the challenge and produced bespoke devices, ether transmitters. These marvelous contraptions can be placed at locations of our choosing to facilitate the flow of ether. In other words, we can use them to create ethereal currents.
Vitru says that such a thing should be possible.
Ishtola says we shall first direct ether from Nabata Ring, where the flood of light was halted, into the Crystal Tower. We all know from personal experience the wonders of which it is capable, wonders which suit our needs perfectly. I should mention that the structure in the Azim Steppe which the Allegans built to redirect ether was also a source of inspiration. Once we have infused the Crystal Tower with sufficient ether, we shall send it into the rift. And the ether transmitters shall guide the energy onto the 13th, like so. In this way, we shall have a lance of light with which to pierce the shield of darkness. Ishtola says, or so I hope. No tests we performed were close to the scale of what we ultimately seek to achieve. Indeed. We've harnessed the wisdom of the past, present, and future to further this cause. I too have faith that it will be enough in the end.
Estinian says science and theory aside, we need to place one or more of these transmitters in the first.
Ishtola says a task we must entrust to you, Haven. Rest assured I will provide you. Zero says I wish to go as well. This world that you brought back from the brink, I would see it with my own eyes.
Vitru says, but how dost thou intend to make the
Zero says in a spirit vessel. That's how you and yours. Voids and summoning also sees the soul separated from flesh. This separation I can do at will. The principles are similar. Ishtola says if you aren't averse to traveling with company, I should be glad to lend Zero my vessel. Then it's settled. I shall finish preparing the transmitters and then help Zero transfer her soul. Ishtola says pray see to your own preparations, and then let us recon.
Valchance says Ishtola will be along after she has seen to Zero's soul. Let us await her here.
There's another cutscene.
Ishtola says apologies for the wait. Everything went smoothly. Zero's soul is now safely within the spirit vessel.
Valchance says I shall have the alchemists attend her body until.
Ishtola says the vessel I place in your care, along with the transmitters and a set of garments for Zero. I've also included instructions on how to operate the crystal tower, courtesy of Grahat.
Estinian says while you're away, I'll join Eorzea in the Leporits on the moon. They'll need help should the brand. Varshan says a fine idea. For my part, I shall continue to coordinate our.
Ishtola says given the task at hand, I suggest you speak with Rain. With her power over light, she is bound to be helpful. But ere you do that or aught else, seek out Beklug. As the first foremost authority on soulcraft, they should be able to grant Zero a corporeal form. As I recall, the old Numo was rather fond of the Cabinet of Curiosity, so that should be your first stop. Ishtola says that's all from me. Go forth, warrior of darkness, and make your triumph.
Now I'm going to run to the wasp real quick. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Duh, what am I doing? Having curiosity. Okay. Warrior of Darkness. I just saw that. Yeah? Not cool, bro. Not cool. I am glad that we do use auto stats though. I never thought
Lug
of that.
says, is that you, Haven? What brings you back across the rift? Honestly. First you ask me to extract a soul from a spirit vessel. And then you tell me you have designs to channel light to another reflection? Wicked White, Haven, is nothing ever simple with you? I suppose some people can't help but find themselves at the center of world-changing events. Very well. If your home is in peril, then I shall do all in my power to aid you. While I tend to your companion, you should go and speak with Reem. By all accounts, she practically lives at the Hortorium these days. I will look for you there once I've finished.
All damage say yes? Victorian, that's lower level. Yeah, that's lower level. I don't know what you're talking about. Bet you could fish here.
Restoring the elements to the empty may allow life to flourish there once more. But that isn't enough to return the environment to the way it was. No, we need to gradually reintroduce life, beginning with plants. Not just any plants, though, but those that won't be a burden on a weakened land. Such as... Oh, what a welcome surprise! It seems you caught me rambling to myself. How embarrassing. I've been studying botany, you see. Hoping that the knowledge would help our work in the empty. But never mind that for now. What brings you to the Crystarium? It was my understanding that the final days were behind us. You wish to combat this otherworldly threat with the power of light? Please, let me help. Though I've lost my connection to Hydaelyn, I can still manipulate light to a degree. If there is a chance I could save others with that power, then I have to try.
'Tis done. Zero is now with us in the flesh.
Woohoo! Yay!
The spirit vessel I shall hold on to for operating the tower. This will help me to make sense of the controls, will it? There's a levity in his words that wasn't there before. It heartens me to know he is well. I shall see to the preparations as per his instructions.
My thanks for your help.
Think nothing of it. That said, 'tis customary that my kind receive fitting payment for services rendered.
Not unlike we Void Sent, then. In that case, you may devour some of my ether.
Are you mad? I'll do no such thing. The very suggestion is absurd.
Now, let's calm down. We all have our preferences, and I'm sure no offense was intended.
I shall attend to the tower now. The rest, I leave to you.
Zero, was it? My name is Reen. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Why do I always call her Vine? It's Reen.
This world isn't what I expected. While light is indeed strong here, it's not pervasive or overwhelming. Everything looks much as it does in the source.
We have the Warrior of Darkness to thank for that. If you're interested, I would be glad to show you around.
Just an ordinary sky. Ordinary and beautiful. To think that after so much loss, they could reclaim this.
Zero.
Zero says I've heard something of your deeds here. Of how the warrior of darkness fought on, despite light ravaging her very being. Had I the self-same strength of spirit, perhaps I could have done more for my world. No. It isn't over yet. The 13th isn't beyond saving. That's why we're here. So, where to? Just lead the way. Reen says let's head for Nabottering. Since Zero can't teleport to the ether right there, we should probably travel. Lena says there you are. Thank goodness. Reen says Lena. I take it Beklug told you why. Lena says more or less. Greetings and welcome. I am Lena, captain of the guard here at the Crystary. Zero says Zero. Is there something you require? Lena says when I learned of your plan to gather light at the Crystal Tower, I felt compelled to warn you of the potential repercussions. I know well that you would never use the tower for ill, nor without due caution. Even so. Zero says I believe I understand. Ever since the flood, light has been a source of pain and misery. Some fear it still, no doubt. Which is to say that some would be uncomfortable at the sight of it wielded as we intend. That is your concern, is it not? Lena says precisely. It was light that nearly consumed our world. To use the Crystal Tower to harness this destructive force risks turning the tower into an object of fear. You may convince the Crystarium of the necessity of your cause, but it will not be so easy to win over those outside our walls. I worry this will undermine the fragile trust that we have only begun to build with some communities. They may misunderstand your intentions. Zero says tell me who they are and what misunderstandings they may have. I shall allay their concern. Reen says Haven and I will go with her. People know us, our presence will put them at ease. Lena says thank you. I realize this will delay the execution of your plans, but As for where to begin, I dare say Ilmore would be as good a place as any. Though ours is an amicable relationship now, we were at odds for long years. Reen says Ilmore was once ruled by a tyrant who wielded the power of light. Though he promised salvation, in truth he made slaves of his subjects, and sought to destroy any who defied him. He's gone now, thankfully, and a good man named Chinas was elected mayor. Relations between our cities have improved much since then. Even so, there's a lingering rivalry between us. If the Crystarium were to harness light without warning, some Ulmorans might suspect we have ulterior motives. Lena says thus would it be prudent to give them prior notice. If you explain that you seek to save the Warrior of Darkness' home, though, I should hope that they would give you their blessing. Zero says once again, yours is a name that commands respect and trust in the domain of your former enemies. As it does in Garl. Where else should we visit?
That's because we can really kick ass, though.
Lena says after Ulmore, I would suggest the Rect. Lena says there you will find the Knights Blessed, a small collective which worships darkness, as well as the VEs, guardians of the secrets of ancient Ronka. Lena says the VEs are insular and will likely not object unless the light encroaches upon their territory. The Knights Blessed, on the other hand, would greatly benefit from your assurances that your actions will not adversely affect their lives. Zero says people who worship darkness. Fitting for a world all but consumed.
Excuse me.
Very well. We will treat with the people of Yulmore and the Knights Blessed. Lena says here, take these whisper weeds. I will let you know when all is in readiness with the Right, then. I should tend to my own task.
Yes, she is.
Explaining the situation to the people of the Crystarium, and arranging for your transmitters to be placed here and in Nabottering. Reen says we're truly grateful. Thank you. Come, let's head to Yulmore. Hopefully Chinas will know how best to present our plan to everyone.
Alright, off to Eorzea we go.
Shinas says good gods, if it isn't Haven. To what do we owe the pleasure? Not another world-ending threat, surely not. Shinas says I doubt I'd ever describe myself as such, but anyway. I can tell you're up to something, the kind of something I might want nothing to do with, but regardless, I should probably gathering light with the Crystal Tower, you say? I would be lying if I said that doesn't bring back unpleasant memories, and I believe I speak for most Yulmorans.
Reen says we can hardly blame you.
Shinas says we have no reason to question your motives, of course. Neither yours nor those of the Crystarium. Shinas says a world engulfed in darkness, its corrupted inhabitants attempting to invade your own. It's rather a lot to process. But the desire to save one's home is something. Shinas says I'm touched that you show such concern for our feelings despite the gravity of your plight. Very well. Julia Chai says as if there was ever any doubt. Right, let's gather the people at once. An explanation from you ought to ensure. Shinas says not so fast, dearest. If I were to reveal everything at this juncture, many would be deeply unsettled, regardless. Shinas says no, we need to first set the stage. Spread word of the Warrior of Darkness plight, that she is on a mission to save her world. Once the tale is common knowledge, I shall call an assembly and explain the need to harness the power of light to a populace far more amenable to the idea. China says, to that end, might I trouble you to speak with our citizens about your predicament? 'Twould be more effective to hear the details from the hero herself, more likely to inspire solidarity. Rendon says, so he appealed to the desire to aid the warrior of darkness to present light in a more positive light. Well played.
Reen says if it's best that you do the talking, then we'll come with you. Zero says fine by me. I'm content to observe.
China says once you have finished your rounds, I ask that you report to me. I should like to know how the people...
Reen says lead the way, Haven. We'll be...
There she is.
Zero says from that conversation alone, I could see how much the people here trust you. Thanks to Julius and Thancred, I've grown better at recognizing it. Reen says what? You've met Thancred too? I mean, right. Of course you have.
You're
I
jealous.
don't know why I said that. Right, let's find some citizens to speak with. I suggest we start here in the canopy before heading down to the understory and then the derelicts.
Zero and Reno. You can leave if...
Alright. Where is everybody we want to talk to? Anybody over here? Nope.
Patron says I used to live for the moment, not caring what might happen on the morrow. But now that we have peace, I find myself thinking about the future, and feeling anxious. What? Your home is threatened with destruction? Wicked White, why are you wasting time in a drinking hole? But as I say it, I feel the sting of hypocrisy. Gods, I need to take control of my life. Need to face my troubles head on, and the same goes for you.
Anybody else here? Nope. So let's now go downstairs. Oh, so close.
Soldier says, well now, the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Light both. How may I be of service? Soldier says your enemies plot to invade your world? Having heard tales of sin-eaters ravaging countless villages, your plight feels all too familiar. Come what may, I urge you to remain strong. You overcame the Light Wardens, you can overcome any adversity. And for what it's worth, I'm sure everyone here would be willing to help in whatever way we can.
Why, thank you. Can you boost me up? Can I get uppies? Wait, where's the tower? There it is. Now let's go to... Wrong one.
Resident says you're the warrior of darkness. I never dreamed I'd have the honor, but why are you in Eorzea, if I may ask? Your home is in danger, and you've come seeking help. If there's anything we can do for you, you need only ask. Things could be better here, of course, and we've got a long road ahead of us, but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and yours. And we'll never forget that.
Now, let's just do a touch of chai. Chai's at the main area.
Shina says so the people are of one mind in their desire to help. Dulia Chai says why. Just earlier, I overheard a conversation about how the warrior of darkness is seeking to save their home. Rendon says then the plan has unfolded precisely. Shina says all that remains, then, is to assemble the citizens and explain Haven's need. Shina says for better or worse, I'm mayor of this city. I'll do. Citizen says wait, aren't you? Yes, you're her. The young lady who saved me from I'd eaten enough meal to fall under his control, but you cured me. I wouldn't be alive today if not for you.
Reen says oh, I remember you too. I'm glad to see you.
Citizen says I only learned later that it was the Oracle of Light herself who saved me. Saved all of us. I didn't know if I'd ever get the chance to express my gratitude. I'm sure it was nothing for someone with your power, but thank you. Thank you, from the bottom of my...
Zero says what is this meal? Food made from the light-tainted flesh of sin-eaters, you say? I see. The more they ate, the more the light's corruption spread. Reen says right. And because of that, they became susceptible to Va3's commands, as he could make the sin-eaters do his... Thankfully, I was able to suppress light's influence and free everyone from his control, and there seems to be no lingering effects. Zero says you say that as if it were some small feat. I've seen countless souls corrupted by darkness. Someone with the power to heal them would be regarded as a great figure, and never know peace. Reen says my gift has been a burden. Many have suffered for it. There were times when I wished I didn't have it. When I wanted to run away from everyone and everything. But I had friends to encourage and guide me, to help me learn not just to embrace my gift, but to take charge of my life. To change my fate. Zero says and so you did just that. The people of this world are resilient indeed.
Alright, now let's talk with Zero.
That a half-voids that like me managed to escape the flood of darkness. For all these years, I never stopped to wonder why. To wonder if I had a greater part to play. Well, perhaps it's time I took charge and considered what I might be able to do for others. The answer is here in the first, and I will find it.
I have all this material.
If we have no further business here, let's move on. Where to next? Reen says Slitherbow, the home of the Knights blessed in the Raktika Great Wood, will explain the situation to their leader, Runauer.
Where are we going? Right here.
Runar says, Haven, you're a sight for sore eyes, my friend. Will you be staying? Though having said that, I suspect this isn't just a social Ah, so it is more of a formal visit. That's fine. Why don't we get right? What? Your world, Master Matoya's world?
Zero says Master Matoya. Reen says, Ishtola. She took another name in accordance with custom when she lived among the Knights Blessed. They believe light taints everything that it touches, even their true names. Out of respect, don't speak hers.
Runar says you're Zero, yes? The one come from a world consumed by darkness. I struggle.
Zero says a pitch-black pall shrouds the sky, which neither the light of the sun nor the stars can pierce. It is the opposite of what you once knew here in Norvrant. That being the case, I'm sure you can relate to our situation.
Runar says all too well. You have my deepest and in order to beat back the darkness in your world, you would harness light from ours. Runar says 'tis a simple yet brilliant idea. Only Master Matoya could have that Norvrant is still in her thoughts. That we are still.
Zero says so. You're not opposed to our plan?
Runar says we Knights Blessed may place our faith in the dark, but we have never sought to force our beliefs upon. If your deliverance lies in light, then by all means avail yourselves of it.
Zero says I'm surprised. From what I was told of your people, I was certain you would disapprove of our method.
Runar says do not mistake our reverence for darkness as a desire for it to be ascendant. Rather, in darkness there is a peace that we seek to make our own through prayer and self. And while light may have wrought suffering in our world, anything in excess can be harmful. Even darkness, as you and yours know all too well. It is the wielder who is righteous or evil, not the weapon. If you would wield light for a noble cause, then who are we to deny you? An easy thing for me to say now that night has been restored to our world, perhaps. Nevertheless, I wish you the best in your fight, Zero. May light shine your way in the darkness. Now then, to mark this joyous occasion, I must offer you a proper welcome to
Reen says you might find this interesting, Zero. Zero says if you say so.
Runar says right, let us begin with the customary. Haven, I trust you remember how to announce yourself as a friend of the blessed?
With the chat mode in say, enter all in Tuta to offer Runar a traditional
Runar says, friends old and new, I bid you welcome to Slitherbuff.
Zero says all in Tuta. What does it mean?
Runar says in the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. This greeting allows us to quickly discern friend from foe.
Ati?
Runar says a simple expression, but in a world bereft of night, the words held deep meaning. They were a reminder of the world as it was, when the sun and the moon and the stars yet danced across the sky, and we wished one another well as the day gave way to night.
Zero says a communal tradition. So the words serve to bind us.
Runar says indeed. We are no longer strangers, you and I next, we shall have you cleansed of light's impurities. Present yourself to Devith in yonder room. He will be glad to assist you. Devith says there you are. Your friend has just been cleansed. Devith says how do you feel?
Zero says wet, but otherwise no different.
Devith says ha ha ha, I would have been surprised if you'd said otherwise. Even so, it is customary to cleanse ourselves of light with water blessed by our priests.
Zero says but you have darkness again, do you not? Why continue the custom?
Devith says why, for the same reason that it was conceived, to pray for the safety of friends and visitors alike. As we pray for yours this day.
Lady of Blades.
Devith says safe travels, friend, and may blessed shadow keep you.
Zero says right. If that's all, let's return to Runar and see if there's any other customs I must observe. Reen says come on, Haven. Zero says I've undertaken the ritual. Zero says and, while I can't explain it, I feel more confident than I did before.
Runar says I'm glad to hear it. With the warrior of darkness at your side, I've no doubt that you will save your...
Zero says if we can defeat Zero Moose, then I, the sword, but nothing would change for my own world. There would just be one less Voidson to struggle over scraps with the rest.
Runar says is that so? Forgive me.
Zero says it's fine. I was under no illusion. I wish it were different, of course.
Lena says Haven, can you hear me? Have you met with the people of Eorzea? Excellent. Then we may proceed to the next phase of the plan without worry. Beklug has informed me that the tower is ready, so make for nabottering at your leisure.
Avon?
Lena
Yeah,
says
I
I've
guess so.
arranged for you to rendezvous with Kassar en route as well. Not only can he take you to the site of the flood, but he will also know where best to place the transmitters, given his familiarity with the route between the Crystarium and Almerang. Lena says he will be in Twine on business shortly, so I've asked him to wait for you there.
Reen says it's all coming together. To Twine.
Okay, now we go to Twine. Cassie.
Kassar says your timing couldn't be better, Haven. I've just finished. Lena has told me all. It would be my pleasure to take you to Nabothari.
That's one way you could actually describe me into chat.
As soon
Avon?
as the other helpers arrive, that is. They're supposed to be along any moment now.
If I remember.
Question mark says Haven. It really is you.
Jens says we understand you are faced with quite a predicament. And when an esteemed customer is in need, the merchants of Mordsukari. Guard says the captain bade us assist you, miss. To ensure that light is delivered, members of our guard will place transmitters in Lakeland, and the good people of Mordsuk will do likewise in the Hills of Amber. You need but focus on your own task in Nabothering.
Zero says yet more people clamoring to help you. It'd almost be more surprising if they hadn't shown.
Kassar says if everyone is ready, then let's get.
Question mark says wait.
Zero was just like, what the fuck?
Magnus says you're heading to Nabothering and didn't think to.
no,
Huff says while most of our Talos are still in a sorry state, we've spared no effort in maintaining the. Jarek says we've even upgraded it, as a matter of fact. It's faster than ever and can deliver you to Nabothering. Magnus says after everything you've done for us we can't just stand idly by. Thancred would never let us hear.
Reen says thank you. Thank you all so much. Zero says I dare say we have ample help. Come, let's go in.
I'm on quest 148
So this
out
is
of
the flood of light.
155.
I don't remember much of the time when darkness consumed the 13th. Just the cold and the emptiness.
Zero? Are you all right?
I'm fine. You're the one who stopped this.
Oh, no, no. That was the first Oracle of Light, Minfilia. She's since left us, but I inherited her power and legacy.
I see. Let's get started then, shall we?
The other transmitters are set. Whenever you're ready.
Did you hear? We are getting with the next patch. Possibly,
radiant light.
If not 8.0, we're getting
It's almost too
houses
much
on
for
the
one
moon.
steeped in darkness, like me.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
If this power were mine to wield.
God.
I will not succumb! Not to darkness! Not to light! Zero! She's taken light into herself!
No, 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 don't let this
Her
be.
body struggles to contain it. She needs help.
She breathes. She breathes.
Thank goodness. How do you feel?
Better now, I think.
Then you're very, very lucky. Whatever possessed you to do that?
I had to know if I could command the light. If I could change my fate. Once, I would never have dared to dream it. But your friendship
I was expecting an
trust
OT moment.
has helped me to see new possibilities
Not gonna lie, I was
in
expecting an
myself
OT
and
moment.
everything else. Perhaps that's why, when I beheld this world once damned yet saved, I saw the potential for mine to be saved as well. To become a world where light and darkness are in harmony, and life flourishes. A world where we're not consumed by insatiable hunger, but filled with hope for what we might create together. If I had the strength, perhaps I could make such a dream reality. Perhaps I could awaken us from this endless nightmare. That's what possessed me.
If that's your heartfelt desire, then you mustn't be afraid to share it. There was a time when I lacked the courage. To voice my desires was to burden those I love, or so I convinced myself. But then I met those who believed in me. They helped me to believe in myself, and find the strength to live. And so long as I'm alive, I know that I'll be fine. No matter how dire things seem, no matter where I am. To be able to think that brought me peace. And it's a blessing I owe entirely to my friends.
Oh my god, Tia, look at that joke.
Those who believe in us. I will remember your words. I know all too well that there's a limit to what we can achieve alone.
As a friend, I'd like to help you fulfill your dream. If you wish to take in more light, I can keep the power in check and help your body accept it.
I certainly hope so. Right then. I'm counting on you. Here I go. I can feel it. The light's warmth welling within me.
Then I believe it worked.
With this power, I will return to the void and fight for the world that once was, and for those I hold dear.
Zero says we've done our part, and I trust that the others will see the light to our destination. It's time we return to the source. I shall seek out Beklug and have them return my soul to the spirit vessel. Green says, well, I suppose this is it. I don't know if you had any other preparations to attend to or people to visit, but I'll go on ahead to the ocular.
Gatekeep says welcome, my lady. If you wish to go to the ocular, I should be glad to escort you.
Are they both in here? Oh. Yeah. Excuse me.
Voice says if receives this message. Come, Pandemonium, quickly.
I don't know what quest this is, but I should not have left the ocular. Oops. Why are we here? Wait, yeah, why are we here?
Question mark
Wait,
says Uck.
Ah.
Boy says could it be?
Look how beautiful his eyes are.
No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. She told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal.
Themis says apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my birth, rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here, or any place I know, for that matter.
Yeah, this obviously is the Endwalker raid quest.
It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at her disposal. If you are here at Ozma's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate Pandemonium. If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with... Themis says I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must
I love the music here.
I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours.
Opus is actually where I did most of my collectibles collecting.
Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium.
1 and 2 are there, yeah.
The facility extends beneath Elpis, and is overseen by the words of. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects, and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded, and under. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next?
During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Malini in Aporio or Delay in Radzatan.
Now then, my proposal is a simple one: let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I had been waiting so long for. Themis says originally I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words: "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, the hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagnoresis.
Run out of space for quests. I have room for 2 more.
Speaker says what a fascinating etheric signature. Ahem. In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Themis says, now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigation. Speaker says, of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions. Themis says those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Speaker says generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring that those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers, they must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. Themis says for all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Speaker says, I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of... Themis says, then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late? Speaker says the warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. Themis says, I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of... Speaker says, I hope I am not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master. That a mere familiar would have had the honor to meet Master La Habrea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to be granted even a moment of it. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, end of the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hit. Themis says, and with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The nearest that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Lethe. Let us do.
Alright, where's Themis done? Bro, he stalked us. Yeah, he really did.
Themis says, I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you two have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Themis says, still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh?
Oh, that's creepy.
It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable.
It's pretty chill. It is pretty cool.
Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws. How someone, or something, is tampering with it is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment to. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Themis says yes. Powerful forces are. Themis says the silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. Themis says, however, there is something you must. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining. Themis says, should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the. Themis says, were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Themis says, at least you received it with good humor. Rest assured I do not mean to stand by idly while you risk life and limb. I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magic. Themis says creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as basis for illusory allies that will. Themis says perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you. Then so shall it be. Now, what, I wonder, awaits us in Pandemonium?
I'm not going to do that right now, but I am glad that I unlocked it. Okay, now let's go back to the ocular. That is the Custarium.
Gatekeep says welcome, my lady. If you wish to go to the ocular. Like says the tower stands ready to send light into the rift, and Zero's soul is secure in her vessel once more.
Lena says our helpers across the realm have also sent word that the transmitters are in place. Once the others have been set on the moon of Zero's world, we should have the foundation for our ethereal current.
Like says to make matters easier, the transmitters broadcast a powerful signal that can be detected by the tower even across the rift. Upon confirming that the Void Ones are active, we will send forth the light.
Reen says the rest will be up to you. We'll all be praying for your success.
Lug says now go, make haste back to the source, and save your worlds. Varshan says Haven, thank heavens you've returned. The Leporits report that the brands are on the verge of failing. We have no time to spare.
Ishtola says I shall restore Zero to her body at once. Zero says that's better. I was worried that the soul transference process might affect the light I absorbed, but it feels as potent as before. Ishtola says the radiance of your soul was impossibly blinding. I don't know how you would have managed without Rin's help. Zero says while Rin helped me to contain the light, it was you, all of you, who gave me the courage to even make the attempt. Your friendship. That includes the people of the First. The Knights Blessed, in particular, showed me great kindness. As did Runar, whose only regret seemed to be that you could not join us. Ishtola says a regret we share. Ours is a
Varshan says if all is in readiness, then I will assume my dragon form and, in the meantime, pray make your own way to the drowning brand. There we shall reconvene before sallying forth once more into the void.
Alright, oops, that's the wrong one. I only have 6 quests left in Endwalker. I'm going to finish Endwalker today. I should message Revna. That's what I'm taking roughly about 20-25 minutes per quest. So as long as I don't have another 30-minute side quest jump like I did, I will be done by 8:30 my time.
Living Way says time to take the fight to the enemy, is it? The darkness has been utterly relentless, gnawing at the seal like I might an iron carrot. Strike fast and hard, because you won't get another chance. Mapping Way says as a precaution, we've further enhanced the combat supporters. You don't need to worry about us while you're away. Eorzea says I shall maintain my vigil over the brands. Pray see that thou art ready to depart as soon as Vitru and the others have assembled. May the light shine the way to victory, and deliver you all safely home.
It is almost over. Cold shoulder was fun. I think it's because my fan just turned my way.
Zero says the dark pall over the crater has grown thicker. And on the other side lies Golbez's domain. He'll have altered the terrain to hinder us. I don't sense his presence, but I wager he is in the crater. Ishtola says it would be ideal if he were. I shall hurry and place the transmitters. Once they are activated, our cross-rift ethereal current will be established, and light will flow freely from the first. In theory, at least. Zero says it will work. It must.
We now begin down in the dug, which has a dungeon and a trial.
All is in readiness. Without further ado then. Light from beyond the rift, shine forth and banish the darkness.
Excellent. The tower is replete with light from the Bath Areng. Commencing transmission. Works. It works! Light is flowing into the void!
May this light illuminate your way.
You can do it, Zero. I believe in you.
Look, an opening.
It worked. Let us waste no time and sally forth. Alas, I fear the breach may be too narrow for you, Vritra.
For a blessing, I prepared my simulacrum for such an eventuality.
My true form shall stand guard here while we explore the chasm. Tis faint, but I sense the presence of a dragon. No doubt my sister's essence trapped within Zeromus. Not where she was held captive before, but somewhere much deeper.
The descent will not be so easy this time. The chasm swarms with void scent.
Summoned by Golbez, perhaps, or born of the residual darkness.
However they came to be, we shall cut a path through them. Is everyone ready? Zero?
That light should shine in the void once more.
No single one of us could have made it so. Only by joining hands were we able to kindle this light.
Do you see, Golbez? We needn't damn others to save ourselves. You knew this once, surely, when you tried to befriend me. When you were one of the precious few left willing to trust in another. But that man is gone. And in his place, a mockery of his beliefs. It's the same as before. Though we walk different paths, we seek the same destination. And yet... there is something I must know. A truth that lies waiting in the dark.
Varshan says, rest assured I will not let my emotions overwhelm me. When the moment comes, I will call to my sister, and I will
My fan from my chair.
The crater awaits.
Get
Woe
up.
betide any who
I didn't have to pick it up. That's it. Yeah. The lunar subterranean is now available. And we are gonna go as the Dragoon, like always. No courage, know what to big boss. I can't even write my mouth. Can I fish? I can't fish. No, I can't fish. I can't even fish. So what am I supposed to do for 10 minutes? Can I fish here? No. Void fishing. You can't fish. I tried. Oh, I would love to go with Diva. Yeah. Can't fish there. I think it's because there's not a single thing here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sit in G post. I'm gonna sit there right now and go G post. Oh man, they're in love. Let's close that off. Start past levels. I'm gonna sit here and get this. Why wait? I'm the only one queued up for this dungeon. Move over to yourself. Yep. Uh, oh, that was such a good depot. Oh wait, I need to be fun. Oh, that is perfect. Uh, yay.
Koi Ultros says oh slash.
I'm a level, okay.
Who dares trespass in Lord Golbez's domain? To me, O beacons of the dark. O darkness, show them their folly. Behold, the power of darkness.
Yeah. Of course I get the phone tap.
You cannot fend against what you cannot see. Fools. There is no escape.
Doom. Wow, I hit a bone shot before there and lived.
You find a discarded Memoria crystal, and it suddenly begins to glow.
Hurry, Golbez. The city is already overrun. First the villages, and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice. Go forth, my pets, and feast on their flesh. Bested by Golbez and Duranta both. It seems I underestimated you. They knew we were elsewhere. Cowards. This one is dangerous. Okay, Golbez.
Oh, I got hit by that one. Ouch! I can't get over. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Thank you.
That they command such terrible beasts bodes in. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner.
If only we had returned sooner. I think not.
What have we here? Come to play hero, eh? Such strength. I dare say we'll be faster if we split up. Behold, the true power of Memoria. How could I?
This can't be happening. Not to you. My friend. My hero. I will stop you even should it cost me my life.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength. Eager to fortify my blade. I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you. You've weathered this before. Let's see how you feel now.
Okay.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Not this day.
Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
Seriously, one step.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now. I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Oh,
prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
I don't know if I died or not, though.
Zyre says center pattern is rude. Coyaltros says GG. Zyre says GG apostrophe S.
I didn't die though. Oh yeah.
Zyre says NB.
Why? Why you and not me? You were the best of us. A paragon of virtue. I could never hope to be your equal.
Why did I not see that message?
I am only the knight I am because of you. Because you
Why is
believed in me.
chat rolling? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. For some reason my chat didn't go for the last 15 minutes. Yeah, I am so sorry. That fight was honestly.
You would not wish to become a monster, preying upon those who fought to protect. But neither can I bring myself to kill you. So rest easy, my friend, and entrust your legacy to me.
Chat because of my yeah. The last message that was sent was the void message. I saw the message.
You will never die. This I swear. Through me your name shall live on, as the hero who saves the world.
You're gonna make me cry with your cat there. Yeah.
We've been released from the memory, 'twould seem.
If Golbez was the one sealed in this memoria, then the one we've been fighting is...
Keep her on my mind.
No more than an imposter playing at hero.
Durante, I presume.
A name long since lost to time. History shall remember only Golbez. Come what may, I shall deliver the world its salvation, and I will not suffer you to interfere.
From a different part of fantasy.
You seek to free all souls from the purgatory of undeath. And to that end, you would invade another world. While I cannot condone your methods, I understand your motive full well. For I'm driven by the same. I too wish to save our world. I too once thought I had to bear the burden by myself. That I had no choice but to walk my path alone. But I was wrong. We may yet strive together towards our shared goal. If you would reconsider your course.
It really is. It really is a theme park. I think once I catch up to 7.2, I'm going to start streaming the original games again.
If you possessed power which transcended that
I've
of
been doing that
Zeromus,
for a year.
then perhaps I would. But you do not. No, you are but another Voidsent like me. And what is a candle before the sun?
Perhaps we aren't all-powerful, and cannot effect great change in an instant. Even so.
Great change is what we need. Aught less has no meaning.
Same.
Having glimpsed our past, you should understand as well as any. As Golbez, I dedicated myself to ending the Contra Memoria. I fought the corrupted Memoriates and attempted to redeem those twisted by their power.
Wow, there's been a lot of different stuff.
Yet try as I might, I was powerless to make any meaningful change. 'Twas then, when I was floundering in despair, that she appeared. The Ascian Igeom. Claiming to know how to excise the source of our woes, she showed me to the moon, where the servant of light abided. 'Twas he and his ilk who had granted men unnatural powers, she said, and now prolonged the war. Believing her every word, I struck him down and caused darkness to engulf the world.
Then it was you who...
Yeah.
As Emmett Selk once told us, the 13th was the Ascians' first attempt at a rejoining, before they fully understood the mechanisms at play. They failed because they sought only to awaken the sundered Zodiac without instigating a calamity in the source. The darkness they unleashed had nowhere else to go.
Having left a ruin of our world, the Ascian fled. I was a fool to trust them, to trust in others. Since that day, I have sought the means to undo my mistake. The world may be beyond saving, but I would at least restore the Great Flow. The dragon was an extraordinary windfall, a veritable font of ether that expedited my endeavors time and again. But it wasn't enough to achieve my objective. Far from it.
Probably just taken still.
For an eternity, I had to bide my time. But the day finally came when I acquired the power I sought. The remnants of the Ascians' god sealed within the moon suddenly dispersed into ether. With that ether, Zeromus could be conceived, and driven by the dragon's longing for home, it shall soon arise to destroy the barrier between worlds. Thus will the way open to the promised land and the death we have been too long denied. Thus will I, Golbez, bring salvation to all.
So that is all you have left.
Say what you will. You cannot stop Zeromus's awakening.
We're going after him, aren't we?
Aye. That's why we came, after all. And besides... when someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them. In others and yourself. Euless was right about that.
Now let's talk to Zero.
Zero says let us press on.
In the darkest recesses of the moon await Golbez and Zeromus. They are resolved to save their world, and condemn yours.
I had hoped to bear witness to the moment our salvation is realized. But nothing must be left to chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost. Wounded as I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms. And so I lured you to this place, where the advantage is mine.
The Archfiends live?
Impossible. Scarmilione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria, while Cagnazzo and Rubicante died in the Source.
You're not wrong. They are not the true Archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
If they are shades, then their strength will pale in comparison. Even should they fight as one, we may yet prevail.
We'll tend to the Archfiends. Go and put an end to Zeromus.
You'll do no such thing.
Go! We'll join you as soon as
Yeah.
we can.
Ashes did not ask you.
It is too
No,
late.
account.
Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
I wouldn't be so sure. Time and again, she has faced insurmountable odds.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed,
my God.
she's never given up the fight. So long as she has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
For we believe in her, and she believes in us. And together, our light can pierce blackest darkness.
I just read it. Okay. was the thing? You?
Zyre says looks like you is alive after all.
Okay.
Core says Reiki real quick PLS. Core says I swapped class. Ready.
DPF.
Deathly Behemoth says
Unhyperion says skeptical I have no memory of this one.
Within Famth but says I do not remember this fight. Deathly Behemoth says I forget everything.
Within Famfrit says can I reroll my trial, please. Zyre says getting hit is not advised.
Stand aside, I beseech you.
Core says unless it's a stack.
Boon Hyperion says it's a learning time for everyone.
Core says then get him.
I wish her to return home.
I've got two already. Damn. Don't do it.
Your flash shall melt and see. Ah, the darkness. Why is it? An endless dark embrace your end. Begone, contemptible light. All is one in darkness. No stifle darkness in moon abiding. Coalesce and consume creation. Deathery behemoth says out.
I don't like how close we are to add.
In my memory the stars yet shine, attending the moon.
Boon Hyperion says break it.
Bright as stars in the night.
Zyre says distance tether.
My darkness should devour all light. Your souls are mine.
Boon Hyperion says oh. Right.
Luca Hyperion says Ferays for Veru Core. Ferays for Ver de Holling Hyperion. Luca Hyperion says hoorays for their new core.
In darkness be steeped.
Unforgettable. And done. Thank you.
The will, my will, shall not be denied. By my power shall all know salvation. Return to me, my beloved star.
Thank you guys.
Beyond the veil my home doth lie. All who oppose me shall be consigned to nothingness. To the last you would deny my heart's desire. Oh, to look upon such splendor once more.
GG.
Luca Hyperion says Ty GJ.
Defery Behemoth says phew.
Boon Hyperion says I wish I remembered where this was in the story lol.
Within Famfort says GGS.
Withern Famfort says very end. Zyre says last trial of you.
Boon Hyperion says oh right.
Within Famfort says I just watched someone do the story part for this.
I didn't get a single combination? Damn!
Are you all right?
Opinion? Oh, dude, I know.
Like all Void Scent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in Memoria is the only way. That it should come to this. I failed my dear friend. Fell for the Ascian's ploy and unleashed the darkness. And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all? No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
There is no triumph to be found in this madness. Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail? I'm no better.
How bad was he?
Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
Light? But how?
You died to a single
This
fight?
is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me. A light that illuminates the way in darkest despair. Be it in a ruined city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light, it was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
You think we are capable of the same?
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as Void Sent, we've forgotten how to trust. But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try. You asked me to join hands with you once, and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake. But I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
Of course. You were the Memoriat we met all those years ago. Yes, I remember now. We hoped you would join us in our quest to end the Contra Memoria. But you rejected us outright. It left both of us discouraged. Golbez most of all. If we could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything. Even in the midst of that terrible war, he never stopped believing in others. Not even at the end.
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved. If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then...
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
That's kind of chilly.
You truly believe the world of old can be ours again?
I do. So long as we work together. We will disperse Zeromus's essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Ajdaya.
Understood.
Zero!
The suffocating darkness, like that of the rift. Impenetrable, disorienting, untethered, and drifting further away.
No. Why do I have a feeling this is the last we're gonna see her?
Be strong, Zero. Don't give up.
Yeah, is my wife gone?
Hold fast to yourself. Look to the light within.
Your place isn't alone in the dark, Zero. Not anymore.
Of course. With this power from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save everyone. Golbez, if you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
See?
Ashdaya! Hear my voice and return to me!
O Urter, in. Kom an, tranquil.
Have care. Zeromus makes to resurrect.
Not if I have anything to say about it. No more, fiend!
Is that his sister?
You're safe now, Ashdaya. You're safe.
She looks good as a paladin.
To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel. We, dragons, bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form. Of course, this means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Ashdaya to the surface in my stead.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Thank you. At long last, we shall be together again.
Where are you going?
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I am the villain who wrought this tragedy. And in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins. My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning, It's up to you what we become to one another. What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together. And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause. So let's take the first step. The two of us.
Zero says, never did I imagine that the light I bore could bring about such change. Zero says, as our domains are shaped by our innermost desires, perhaps this is a reflection of the hope that had quickened in my heart. Zero says, you came to the 13th to rescue Eorzea and protect your world. Our meeting was happenstance, and our association one of mutual convenience. Yet you and yours always treated me with kindness, as a friend. And through your friendship, I've found a new beginning.
Zire says, oop, forgot I was still in here.
Zero says, I'm forever in your debt.
Core says, oh huh. Yeah, I'm a dip too.
6 hours, 40 minutes.
You may now enter the lunar subterranean with a party of NPC avatars.
Reunited at last.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you. What of him, Golbears?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Eorzea, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
So, what will you do now?
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Be sure to share with Golbez what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes. Ah, speaking of which... From ocean rise and cloud bank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Come forth, my servant. I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before. Are we clear?
Only you're kicking me out.
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before. This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
Already we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you.
So, I'm gonna miss you.
When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan. The First and on the Moon. A lengthy list. A gift for Reen, in return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus. If used to augment darkness in the First, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure. You will, I'm sure. Just don't try to forcibly summon me. I won't come.
Sad though it is to say farewell, 'tis past time we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
Till we meet again. No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
Living Way says, "Oh, welcome back, everyone. While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Through it, we could observe you locked in fury." Living Way says, "By the time, dear, I hope Ardaya is safe too?" And
Ishtola says in a word, yes. Though we could not return Ajdaya to her original form, Vitur granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. Her circumstances are unique, but it nevertheless gives me hope that there may be a way to save other Voidsent. Ishtola says as for Zero, she has chosen to remain in her world, and do what she can.
Living Way says, so the light of hope shines again amid. Mapping Way says, perhaps our research into environments capable of supporting life would be of use in the Living Way says, oh ho, now there's a thought. A day may come when the people of the Source and the 13th work hand in hand. In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology. But don't let us detain you with our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see that the gate is closed and the seal deactivated, so go home and get some rest, that includes you. Eorzea says, as thou dost command. Pray convey our gratitude to the Watcher for his...
Ishtola says it would seem Vitur is preparing to depart. Come, let us descend.
Eorzea says upon arriving in Garlemald, it would be meet to inform Dualus of our mission's outcome. Let...
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right? So you were able to rescue Ajdaya. Thank the 12.
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell. Really? I don't remember saying anything profound. Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us. But some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement. That Garleans might take the lead? I can see the sense in that.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on everyone's behalf. You've done so much for us already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask. You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
One-on-one?
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while. Maybe visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alize.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
If it's settled, then let's return to Sharlayan and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Then it seems we are all bound for Sharlayan. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the rostra and have her notify Father.
I need to get some more Aether tickets soon. Down to 426.
Atheles says, wait, aren't you the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Or were, rather, I understand you've disbanded? An audience with Lord Forsheno? You are in luck. The forum has just this moment adjourned, and he is still inside with the Scholark. Atheles says please wait here while I inform them of your presence.
Forsheno says apologies to have kept you. I trust you won't object if Scholark My incorrigible children. Were you not assisting with Garlemald's reconstruct? Alphino says our hosts were most insistent that we take a rest, so here we are. But more importantly, Haven has news that she... Montechain says so the threat is past. These are... Forsheno says harnessing light from the first. A technological triumph that could have ended in cat. But let us not dwell on hypotheticals. Like the ether from the Isle of Harm, you employed the light for peaceful, albeit unanticipated. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I'm inclined to agree, in this. Montechain says it has been established that world-ending crises in the reflections are connected to calamities and, as such, the strides you made in understanding the nature of and effecting a change in a reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum will be eager to review your accounts thoroughly, for every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge. Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Ishtola, on the subjects of the Void and Cross-Rift Travel?
Ishtola says it would be my pleasure.
Forsheno says we will share these tidings with those who aided you, Kokkoldankol not least of all. Now, if you'll excuse us, I should be glad to speak with you both later.
Ishtola says with that, our obligations here are... Oh, Nidhana. What news from Thavnair? They've returned, then? Wonderful. Rest assured all is well. Ishtola says, is that so? We would be honored, of course. I shall relay this to the others. A great feast will be held in Radzat to celebrate Ajdaya's homecoming. We have all been invited.
Alphino says I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. We have only just returned home, to leave again so soon would be inconceivable. Eorzea says with regret, I too must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requireth that I remember. Let not our absence deter you, however. Pray enjoy yourselves to. Estinian says I've no plans in particular, so you can count me in. I may as well visit the raid.
Ishtola says how about you, Haven?
I have a delivery I have to make first.
Ah, of course. The Memoria crystal. It would be remiss of us not to deliver it promptly to. Also, if they are to transfer light and dark between worlds, they will need command over the crystal tower. In which case, I shall give you my spirit vessel to take again. When you arrive in the Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round up everyone for you. Once you have seen to matters there, come and join us at Megajuda. Alize says give everyone our regards, you hear?
We go to the Crystarium. Tia, are you still around?
Gatekeep says welcome back, madam. Mistress Rena's still in the ocular. Will you be joining her? Very good. If you would care to head inside, I shall send for Captain Lena and Beklug at once.
Yeah, finally caught up in the levels to the MSQ. Oh yeah, nice.
Ah, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past.
I am...
Hearing the tidings lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home.
Me.
And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within. Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done!
Well, well. Though night has returned to our world, Darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety.
Then Gunbreaker, Jericho, all 60 plus, and Sam. Nice. I need to level up a couple of my job classes.
Do you still have that spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy. Thank you. While I make no promises at this stage, I shall rigorously explore the possibility.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
There you are. I waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
Huh.
Gaia!
It's not an open just like it.
Oh. Do I know you?
King has always made me nervous. Oh,
Ugh. I never agreed to anything of the sort. Besides, coffee biscuits are old news. I'd rather try something else.
yeah.
What? I thought you liked them too. Well, no matter. The second serving has something for every taste. So let's just go.
Baking has always made me nervous. Oh, I already read that. You know what's funny?
What were you talking about?
You see me as a DPS? I actually main tank. I just won't main tank something I've only done once.
Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea. Of course, if you're dealing with darkness, Marine alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
Lena says it was a mighty struggle, but I had faith that you would be victorious in the end. And I doubt not that the people of Norvrand will cheer when they learn that the Warrior of Darkness managed to save her home. I know you are a busy woman, so don't let us keep you. Rest assured that we will continue the work we've begun.
official says, Mistress Tia, you honor us with your presence. Though I am but a humble servant, I offer you my heartfelt thanks for rescuing the satrap's beloved sister. But without further ado, the great feast to celebrate this joyous occasion is about to begin. The venue is Mayride's Mihan, and you are a guest of honor.
It cannot be. Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother. Save your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes. And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
Truly? But will it be the little one?
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
Bah, I don't care about such things. My little brother is little and adorable.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
He's a dog, but he's awesome. I like him.
Had enough of the revelry, have you? So, what's next for our hero? No need to decide just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the Void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for.
I forgot about that.
You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right. Till then, it's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the First is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans?
Where'd he go?
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
Ishtola says 'twas a lively feast, was it not? And it impressed upon me once again how dear Betrayer is to his people. Well, as much as I should like to linger, 'tis past time I took my leave. If you mean to depart as well, I suggest you call on Betrayer before setting out. And before I forget, thank you. For everything we learned, and for everything we accomplished, I couldn't be more grateful. Till next time, take care.
Okay, that one's done. Now that's... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this weapon, and then I'm going to take a pause from MSQ for a few minutes to go do the thingamabob.
Varshan says, Haven, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. To be able to celebrate Eorzea's return with everyone was moving beyond words. Lest you wonder, I've chosen to use this vessel for now, the better to escort my sister about Radzatan. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do not anticipate having need of it in the immediate future. Long have I dreamed of showing Eorzea my beautiful city, a glittering jewel born of unity. And I shall relish every moment of it. Varshan says, now then, I believe both Ishtola and Estinian have embarked on their respective journeys, but have you yourself business elsewhere? If not, you are welcome to remain here as long as you like. Shador.
Everything appears to be in order. Oh, finished at last.
Better go, Nadine, Peter. Yeah.
So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks? Now then, let's have a look at you. Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully. Addressed to Grandfather, and come all the way from Tuliolal, from a Gulu... someone. Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something.
A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural. How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records. Something else in here. What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder? Oh, did you go there, grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
Back again already, after making a show of leaving. Well, this is it, Charlene. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes? Come, let's go and find your candidate. Our adventurer friend.
And so we are going to now go to Golden Joshua.
Now, without further ado, let us set the wheels in motion.
Hughes says Barnaby Hughes cheers to the rhythm. Imagica says Squidity Imagica gently pats Paratrooper low.
Muffin says Rough Muffin gives Randy Robandy a big hug. And the winning number for draw 605 is 3,810. Cashier.
Okran says a merry consolation to all and to all a lucky night tilde.
And the early bird bonus grants everyone an extra 5% exclamation mark. Make sure you lucky folk claim your winnings promptly. Whether or not you hit the jackpot today, just remember, there's always drawing number 606 to look forward to. I am sorry, but please accept this jumbo jackpot.
You have one extra M.
I am sorry, but please. This jumbo.
You have one extra.
I am sorry, but.
Low says I've been consoled.
Broker says welcome to drawing number.
$8802.
Lewis says fourth prize, I'm the winning loser.
Valent says I got a fourth.
Okran says heck yeah. Hughes says Barnaby Hughes dotes upon Ferrin Okran.
Nick Leroy says I forgot to get tickets last week. T_T.
Hughes says Barnaby Hughes showers Farron Okran with flower petals.
After the drawing, you will have until the...
Okran says thanks for hanging out, gang.
Lathotep says Nyar Lathotep dotes upon Farron Okran. Valen says Gia Valen sprinkles water over the ground. Ionic says Cat Ionic dotes upon Loop even Loop and Zoop.
Use of the addition.
Time too.
Broker says come. Thank you for your... Low says Paratrooper Low gives Alvon Saurix a big hug. Broker says...
Okay. Do I want to do roulette? Do I want to do MSQ and get into Dawn 23? Let's see. I know it's probably not. That's probably not. Nope. You know what? Let's do a machine gun. Let's do MSQ machinist. Wait. One of those tells. Do MSQ. Will you do it with me, Tia? What count are you on? Whatever account you're on, I don't have. Oh, wait. Oh, you You're in a restricted area? You're not in MSQ? You're not in the MSQ left? I swear you were. I have so many people that are dead, don't play anymore. Level 89. That's annoying. Invite me to Cape on? Okay, okay. Give me a second. You're watching a cutscene. Oops. I'm able to invite the party. No. Uh, 17. go.
Jiro Famford says /.
Gidody Ultros says /.
Games says /.
This is Sid. To review, our goal is to deactivate the Magitech field. If you could create a diversion, that's to say, wreak lots of havoc, I'll search for the field generator.
We must hold the enemy here. All units, attack. The central crossing is overrun. Requesting immediate reinforcements. Damn these savages. Deploy the reserve colossi. How can this be? Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements.
Haven, how are you faring? Reached a dead end, you say? I believe I know where you are. There is a disposal chute nearby. Find it and jump in, and you'll emerge in a different sector. Haven, assault crafts are near. Watch out for incoming fire.
That was weird. My headphones turned off for a moment. Please.
I've located the controls for the security system. A moment while I disable the barriers. I'm also pleased to say I've found a suit of armor. Press on. I'll meet you just ahead.
Another bulkhead, eh? Fortunately I'm equipped for the task. Stand back. Come on, the field generator should be just up ahead. There it is. Keep the enemy occupied while I take it out of commission. Gidoti says Sigidoti Ultros gently pats it. Damn, reinforcements. Take care of them, would you? It says diverting all power to cannons. Uniush says my lord was quite taken with you and the power you possess, the Echo. Naturally, I could not help but wonder whom this Uniush says only to discover that you are but another adventurer. No better. Uniush says yet in spite of this, the masses hold you their champion, and shower honors upon your head. How is it that you could be such a thorn in our side? Wherever you appear, you leave havoc in your wake. You even slew Raitartin, one of our very fine. Well, I will not speculate. Truth be told, I couldn't care less how you have done these things. What matters to me is the fact that you have done. If you are allowed to continue, you will eventually deprive me of all that I have toiled for, all that is mine by my minions, my comrades, even my lord. Well, you cannot have him. His dreams and ambitions, his body and soul, they are mine, do you hear me? Game says crazy lady. Uniush says I lost everything. Uniush says I will kill you, adventurer. Only your Game says lol. You will not take any more from me. The pain I have suffered, I shall visit upon you 100-fold. You have made me loaf. You're tough, I grant you that. But I will break you soon enough. You will not defeat me. You will not. Game says GG type.
Jiro Famfrit says nice.
Gidody Ultros says GG tie.
Level 53, hell yeah. Come on, Bizek. Excellent, thank you. No, I got no combinations there either. What the hell, people? That's two in one day. That's full of people, of course. Where are you? Where are you?
Wicked Game strikes a pose for you.
Why do I not see you? Oh, there you are. Oh my god, you're being Bunny Boy. Yeah, I like this one. What is on your face? What is on your face? A tattoo. Alright, well, I'm going to go back to MSQ.
Varshan says, Haven. One of my clerks was just here with a message for you. The students of Baldessian request your presence in Sharlayan at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to our friends, I had hoped that I too might be of service, but it is you alone that they require. Varshans says if you've no pressing business, pray make your way to the Baldessian annex at once. Ojiko awaits your arrival. In the meantime, I shall continue showing Ajdaya the city. From notable landmarks to the people's lives, there is still much and more for her to see. Varshan says farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together.
Now it's time to go to the annex.
Sanjika says a warm and hearty welcome to you, Haven. I gather you received our message? Sanjika says please wait here while I fetch Kryl and Griha.
Kryl says thank you for coming on such short notice. And forgive us for sending for you so soon after your trials in the void. Now then, we aren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Ernville. He stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on a long expedition.
Tia says something must have necessitated a change in it.
Kryl says all he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Haven to meet. Kryl says he also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studium. Shall we look for him there?
Where's Kyle? At the stadium. This way.
Kryl says now then, where's Ernville?
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Yep.
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
Johnny,
seems
thanks for
you've
the
lost
follow.
Did she wander off?
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is her, the adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain she's no ordinary woman.
God, no, I should see it.
I'm
6.55.
claimant to the throne of Tulihyoelal.
I have to take a picture of this. Send it to my friend.
Tulihyoelal.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
Where's...
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course. Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning. I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wooklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Tulihyoelal is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulja, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulja, and one blessed with two heads besides. He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me. Now, this is only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda. Tell me that doesn't pique your interest. We're going to get along, you and I. Tural has no shortage of unexplored frontiers and deadly fiends. You'll never want for excitement, I promise you.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tulihyoelal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
Tia says the chance to see not only Tural, but the fabled Golden City besides. This is the stuff of grand, which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. Tia says so let us begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she I'm not certain what might be a suitable location for her hunt, however. Ironville says when I was at the guild earlier, I learned about a petition from researchers on the Isle of Har. You went there not long ago and culled some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinarily docile fauna have grown so. It's believed that they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition? Tia says the isle isn't far, and we would also be helping those in. Lamart says that works for me. Lamart says just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have the chance to get acquainted.
Curl says and before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companion. My apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray go on ahead to the Isle, I will join you as soon as possible.
Ironville says if the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure.
Tlakshai says I heard your conversation, these ears aren't just for show. As for what plagues me at the moment. Here we are, Basil dear. Both emblematic of our woes with senior bills, and direct source of many. Basil there is a highly esteemed scholar of mythological studies. He has a pet theory that the creatures described in myths can be traced to those that once existed in ancient times. Simply put, he requests samples from ancient organisms which I need not remind you no longer exist. The audacity. Are we meant to travel through time for him? Tlakshai says, and there you have it. Take a look at the guild ship hunt board, and if there's anything, and I mean anything at all, that you think you can handle, please do. You're our only hope.
Senior Guild Ship Mark Bill. You are now permitted. New quest.
You have a blue quest, but I'll do you after. You also have a blue quest for me. I have 3 blue quests here.
Lamont says so we have to take a ship? And I've barely set foot on dry land. Oh well, I suppose it's for a good cause, a hunt. Come on, let's get going.
Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. In addition, please note that if you...
Yeah, I will proceed.
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Yogg-Tural. Oh, a white bear! I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know. So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kona's my second older brother, and until recently he was a student in this city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studium? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can. researcher,
The researchers should be just ahead.
Move.
Irinville says, there, the building to the northeast. So, ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage. Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right, let's hunt our fill. Look, someone's in trouble. Yaa, taste my axe. These animals are usually so docile.
Surveyor says, oh, thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Wait, aren't you? You are. Haven, the adventurer who saved our star. Would that our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when I suddenly found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm, once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment.
You really are famous. And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself. Haha, quite an interesting contraption you've got here. Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
Researcher says the adventurer come to answer my petition, I presume? We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find, and search for traces of the beast responsible for all this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us.
I'll handle this.
Limit break? Damn.
Is that all?
That's quite the limit break.
Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
You find ravaged beast remains, torn to shreds by sharp talons.
These claw marks. I've seen their like before. It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Where are we going? Just been sharing the journal. Find no signs for your prey. There is something in there. It has to be. There's something over here, so I'm thinking, oh yeah, I see shiny.
You find feathers are scattered about the ground. There are signs of a fierce struggle.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey? So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw? You presume it's even safe to eat.
The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left them is likely still close by.
Still fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far. Do you suppose they're upset we disturbed their home?
Probably.
Who knows? But if they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one. Let's head back and report what we've found.
Can't go that way.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey. Ah! What is that thing?
What is that thing? What is that thing?
It speaks?
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Come, Woclamat.
Right. Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a difference.
Team here.
Getting
Oh, true.
hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
Talk all you like, Bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Lamart says, oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. I'm going to have the last laugh. God. Shut up already, you blasted bird. Shut up already. Shut up already.
Look out!
I've never seen such an enormous colibri. Not good. Quickly, gather together. I've got you.
That was too close.
Steady now.
Spread out, everyone.
You'll pay for that. Thank you.
That was hardly to cook. Hardly to cook.
Nothing to it.
We have you now, you loud-mouthed bastard. Loud-mouthed bastard.
GG.
And I had barely limbered up.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt. But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks, dirty tricks.
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me! Have at you!
Cryo.
I
am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you. In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
I'll be right back while this cutscene
May
plays.
I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer. With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy. As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuliolal.
Any creation magic?
It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliolal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, he would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuliolal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
It's possible.
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
Erringel says with the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, Our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the colibri meat. For better or for worse, there's really only one place we can take it to here in Sharlayan, the last stand. Ironville says come, let us see what Dickon can cook up for us.
Okay, now speak to Dickens. At the last. I was thinking last stand was blocker stand when I started jumping. You know, I'll decline it for now, only because I want to get into.
Dickon says well now, there's a famished face if I've ever seen one. What can I get you, Haven? Dickon says oh ho, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me, I have just the recipe. Dickon says it's a new dish I recently learned from some sailors, and for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear?
You can do it? Wait.
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together. I'd heard that Sharlayan cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
Not even cooked.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
I think he would be a healer.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
I could see him being in Astro. But you know what? I can look it up. I can look up exactly what he is.
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveller ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice. So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Sharlayan.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on
His
the both of us.
official
I
job
wish you would
class
consider your station.
is.
I
It actually
swear,
doesn't.
sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
He's a scholar, actually. Sorry, he's a scholar.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tuliolal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you.
I didn't wake up with her so.
Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
Irinville says whether Waklamat is the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say. But I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission's success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have a royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Till then.
What do I want to eat? I want to eat.
Tia says well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Acclaimad's situation. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Tural? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent. Quite right. Not only would it help you to make an informed decision, but if you do choose to go, you would be better prepared for what awaits. Come, my friend. Let us be off to the archives.
That was the right one. Oh no, that was the right one. Hey.
History says it is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tural. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, even the ubiquitous popoto, these crops and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the New World, as the place is known to most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral Era, when a Laminsan sailor named Ketan Ram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the theretofore unknown continent. Ketan Ram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Ketan Ram would return to Tural several times, but during his first expedition he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsalominsa. The most notable of these was the popoto, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. Produce was far from the only bounty of Ketan Ram's expeditions to Tural. Many tantalizing recipes such as the bean-filled burrito and gripping legends such as that of the Golden City reached our shores by way of his ship. To those outside of Ketan Ram's circle, Tural largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Tural says every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tural is no exception. Yet while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many and more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca accustomed to Tural's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Tural says their soft, white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. However, this ferocious scaleakin is native to the dense jungles of Tural. The Mamulja have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise that the wyver is also employed as a siege beast. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valigarmung.Turali folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts and the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. Hi Dylan says, let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents and Tural. The former stretches from east to west, and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when moving north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Elegans, who rose to power in Aldnord before advancing east into Ilsabar. Their movement would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Tural waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the autarch's greatness. Acquisition says the origins of blue magic can be traced back to the esoteric practices of the Wailaki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tural. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. Acquisition says, for instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the ceruleum deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Wailaki's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it blue magic. The reason I chose this color, as you will have doubtless gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Wailaki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. Having perused a wide selection of books relating to Tural, you are somewhat better informed about your potential destination. Grahatia will be eager to know what you have discovered. Should you wish to read these books again, speak with the reference page.
Mia.
TS has scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tural, I dare say you've found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let's continue this outside. The mammoths do not take kindly to chatter. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impression. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tural within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest? As have I. Despite having just enjoyed a hearty meal, I found myself craving. As they keep well, they were a boon to sailors, and it was that same property that allowed them to survive the voyage to Eorzea. The book also mentioned a method of preservation which sees potatoes repeatedly frozen and dried. The resultant product was apparently used in a stew by people in mountainous regions. I should like to sample the dish one day, that and all the unique cuisines of that vast continent. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Chiral? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would Tias says yes. The great horned beasts kept by the Marmuja, who unleash them on fortified. That reminds me. I recall hearing that a few specimens were brought to Vilebrand not long ago. Perhaps it's possible to see them on.
Alize says I thought I heard familiar voices. Alize says fancy running into the two of you here.
Tias says well, have some research. Alphino says we hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Gal. Having forged a new trade agreement with Radzatan, they will next look to foster relations with other nations. This includes former imperial province. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another. And what of the two of you? What endeavor brings you here this day? A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Tiral. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do well to read upon Tuliola.
Alize says the contest, is Haven the only one allowed to?
Tia says there was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, Waklamart gave us the impression that she could have several.
Alize says I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino.
Alphino says Alize. Wait. It would seem our plans have changed. If you'll excuse me. Tia says they never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex.
I would suggest you name him, but that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Name him, where is, not there it is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story. What about you? my friend. Are you inclined to accept or refuse Worklamat's request? Ha! I thought you might say that. With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well. Be it the contest or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not? Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenon. The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core. Life is a series of journeys, my friend.
Oh, that sucks.
And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road.
At least our Twitch is on the same server. If I remember correctly.
But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
You have a hot cow though? Okay. Yeah, that's bothers. That's talking me then.
Sanchika says welcome back, Haven. If you're looking for Wocklamat, she is currently with the others in her chambers. If you like, I can go and fetch them for you. Understood. Please wait in the main hall.
Wait, if you're trying to create a character on Exodus, right now you won't be able to until 7.21 drops in 9 days.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
Was to boldly go where no one's ever gone before? Oh yeah, live long and prosper.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
Alphino, Alize! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenon earlier, you see, and I told them about Wooklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Erenville as toads.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that!
First impressions last.
"'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize."
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora. There.
A new map!
This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
He really is. It's a big area.
The 20 of Fire Tauros hides you put up for sale in the Limsalo Minsa markets have sold for 14,250 gil, after fees.
St. Chica says, lest you wonder about your passage to Tural, Irinville will arrange a ship through his guild. You need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of which, please take this with you, a rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well on your coming adventures. Now, I'm not sure when departure will be, but rest assured I'll let you know when I hear something. Till then, please take your ease.
When does the next ship set sail?
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember. Come, my friend. We make for Tural.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World?
One finally.
St. Chica says welcome back, Haven. I've just had word from Erinville. St. Chica says it seems he's managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a guild ship vessel.
Okay. I thought you meant like number one.
St. Chica says, why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment.
A new word to explore.
Alphino says Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail.
Curl says the only one yet to arrive is Erinville himself.
Erinville says you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaners Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share decks.
Curl says that's fine, Erinville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all
Erinville says they're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is.
Lamont says I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural.
Alphino says we've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession, and support your bid to become Dawn Servant.
Alize says in addition to that, Alphino and I have another. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another. How they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Elsebar. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. Lamont says that's all I ask. Otherwise, You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Curl? Curl says yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dancer. Curl says yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. Lamont says I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. Curl says I look forward to meeting him. Lamont says in any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the city of.
Erinville says the Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I.
Lamont says still playing the part of the stoic servant. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind.
What the king out there is.
Ha! A woman of action.
Erinville says right, then. If all are still committed to the journey, then I. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
You just jinxed it, Alice.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need? And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this
Io is
contest
very
is said
adorable.
and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Acclaimed.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
Oh yeah? Wow. Is that glamour tradable?
Speaking of which, some of
Oh,
our
that's
fellow
what-
passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Mercenary says, I see you in Eorzea before.
Yeah. Oh,
You great
okay.
and famous
Yeah,
hero.
probably not then.
Gar, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Adventurer says, my story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketonram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tural, almost 80 years ago.
What did I do in the dawn stuff? I wrote it down. Yep.
Adventurer says the Marmuljar's leader is said to have welcomed Ketonram with open arms, and sent him home with the bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back, potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketonram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. Fongentain says, no, this will be my first visit to Tural. Fongentain's the name. I was working at Eshtain's Aesthetics in Eorzea, you see, but my employment with them, came to an end. That is why I visited Sharlayan, in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting, and failing, to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Trader says, an adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Uldar. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. Trader says, if this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hazaro, the Harothgar, the Jbrawl, Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption, in certain cases, but take care not to give offense.
Okay, then up here is the last one.
Sailor says, did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Waklamart being one of them, of course. But from what a Marmujar bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise.
Curl says, did you learn anything of interest? Oh. I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Erndil teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tyrol, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh dear.
Only elders have watch! This wind's too strong to take in yourself! I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Eorzea, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Oklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
Mario, thank you for the follow. I was a chocobo race today.
In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude
to
the
bot.
coming contest for the throne.
Bye-bye, bot.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
Walkabout is me when it comes to being on a boat.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
On a Tiger cruise about other ship in the Navy. I'm trying to be hit with this. Yeah, I can't even go onto like a small fish.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
I think I might call it for night only because it's 10:30 p.m. I've been sitting on my
I've seen
computer.
cities with an impressive mix
10
of
a.m.
cultures, but
And
this is something else.
actually, I started even earlier than that because I watched Doctor Who this morning.
No.
I'm probably going to be
I've
going
never
to
seen
sleep
pine
so I
feathers
can
in that colour
be up
before.
early tomorrow to stream.
You'll find much here you never knew existed.
Literally, as
There
soon as I
may
can.
be a sea
As
route
soon as
now,
I
but
can first off.
visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm starting to yawn, so...
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first.
Ooh.
I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Alright, so where's the crystal? It's right up there. Let's go. Let's talk to Erinville so we can finish the
Erinville
plot.
says, well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are. Safe and sound.
You have arrived in Tulihyolal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the sprightly sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlian.
Alright, so let's go talk to... let's go get the pistol. And then we can, call it a night. Alright, that is done. Alright, welcome back right there. Alright guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. I hope to see you guys with my next stream.